Chapter 1563. Xiao Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao Chen had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao Chen had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was "scram." The word "scram" was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round. They were straight. When a person said "scram," the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiao Chen tore apart the black scimitar pirate ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao Chen had saved him. In fact, Xiao Chen had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say "scram" to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the baleful Yin energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10-odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chen, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room, and cold qi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chen looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chen, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy! He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chen was cultivating the divine lightning eye amidst the hazy frost qi. The third layer of the divine lightning eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Tao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chen was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Tao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the mystic Yin star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was profound Yin Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chen and the other 2. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luo Nan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We are going down ourselves. That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Shao Chen, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Shao Chen looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Shao Chen, these two disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of profound Yin Island. When Luo Nan heard that, he felt unconvinced. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of junior sister. Our Tiani sect does not need to rely on outsiders. How dare you say that? The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luo Nan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Shao Chen and said, Don't mind. Little brother Shao Chen, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Shao Chen did not say anything, only nodding slightly. Go on then. Don't embarrass the Tiani sect. The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on profound Yin Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, Who are you? What business do you have on profound Yin Island? When Luo Nan and heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luo Nan could rage, Shao Chun stepped forward and said, We are disciples of the Tiani sect. We are here to search for baleful Yin energy. The Tiani sect? Hand over the Tiani sect identity token. We want to verify your identity. After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Shao Chen and asked, You are Yi Bai? This identity token belonged to another Tiani sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Shao Chen nodded and said, I am Yi Bai. How can I help you? It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us. After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Shao Chen discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Yin energy. The three of you listen up. As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, This profound Yin Island opens to the public once a year. Right now, it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. Luo Nan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Shao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out. Fei's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Yin energy, yet it is so cruel. Shao Chun retorted indifferently, Cruel? When this profound Yin Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of profound Yin Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel. At this moment, Luo Nan became much more reserved. Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tiani sect. Be careful. Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Shao Qin, Luonan, and Fei Er followed. Soon, they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore profound Een Island. After saying that, the two armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The three casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luonan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the three each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei Er asked out of curiosity, "Shaoqin, my master, said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of." After saying that, Luonan looked at Shaoqin as well. Although he did not like Shaoqin, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Shaoqin looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Shaoqin said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes, we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luonan muttered. Then he closed his eyes and ignored Shaoqin. Fei Er glanced at Shaoqin. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Shaoqin could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples heed my orders. Profound Een Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Shaoqin, Luonan, and Luonan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Shaoqin frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Een fiends walked out of the stone houses. Shaoqin casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tiani sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Shaoqin understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tiani sects Fei Er and Luo Nan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tiani sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Shaoqin had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many in essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Een energy were at the Een essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Shaoqin pondered. It seems that in this place the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Shaoqin and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of mystic Een Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Shaoqin, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Shaoqin thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Shaoqin did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Een Island opens once a year. Now, All of you can enter the interior of mystic Een Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profound Een Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the Een specters, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profound Een Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profound Een Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now, I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man, and he said, "You first." "I am Wei, he from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Een Essence realm." Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei, and Luo Nen both felt worried for Xiao Qin. If Xiao Qin gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. "I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm," Xiao Qin said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai, the white-haired old man, exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. "It's over." Luo Nan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiao Qin remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. "The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right?" The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiao Qin with a sharp gaze. Xiao Qin nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. "I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today I will not advance to the Een Essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Een energy." The moment Xiao Qin said that, he attracted the attention of several people. "Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on Profound Een Island. Go down, then." The white-haired old man and the two people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiao Qin's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiao Qin's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiao Qin still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the two people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiao Qin settle down, Fei and Luo Nen heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Nen thought to himself, "This fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You, report your name." "Lotus Sect's disciple, Feng Yin, peak Een Essence stage." Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiao Qin frowned slightly and said, "Buddhist sect disciple." Xiao Qin felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yin. Fei smiled and said, "Does Big Brother Xiao Qin not know?" The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiao Qin. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter profound Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luo, Nan, and Fei discussed the various dangers of profound Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this profound Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Fei exclaimed in shock. That can't be right. There are even venerate level ferocious beasts. There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over, and the three of them hurriedly looked over. Hee, the three of you. I am the clear feather sex Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the three had to do the same. Yi Bai, just call me by my name, Xiao Qin said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big Brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light. Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luo Nan looked at the other party and asked, Earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful energy on this profound island has already existed for 10,000 years and is guarded by primal core level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak grade baleful energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful energy is. According to legend, that baleful energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, the clear feather sect is in the profound light, great realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone, just listen to me. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiao Chen did not think that he could leave this profound island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful energy. Chapter 1565. Soon, it was Xiao Chen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation, and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection. The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiao Chen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of profound Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away, there seemed to be boundless mountains. The three of you, do you want to form a team? The center of profound Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other. Wei He smiled at Xiao Chen's group of 3. Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think? Fei felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luo Nan looked at this Wei He. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiao Qin could answer, he quickly rejected, There's no need. Wei He smiled and said, That is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here. After the group left, Fei said, Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him. Luo Nan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiao Qin said calmly, although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect. However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him. Luo Nen nodded and said, "That's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago." Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin, you also noticed something suspicious. You have some good eyes. Xiao Qin smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful Yin energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful Yin energy. Hu Qi. Xiao Qin flew into the sky. Without Luo Nan and Fei unnoticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiao Qin quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious Yin star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiao Qin retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. Big brother Xiao Qin, what are you looking at? Fei asked curiously. Xiao Qin said honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful Yin energy is hidden. So godly? Yin energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful Yin energy. When you reach a place where baleful Yin energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luo Nen did not fall for Xiao Qin's trick. He said in disdain, "Junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful Yin energy." Xiao Qin did not refute. Luo Nen was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Yin Island searched for baleful Yin energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful Yin energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful Yin energy absorbed increased, and the baleful Yin energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful Yin energy was deep underground, the baleful Yin energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiao Qin walked over based on his memory. Xiao Qin remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. Senior brother, follow big brother Xiao. Trust him. After Fei reminded Xiao Qin, she followed after Xiao Qin. You want me to follow him? Dream on. Luo Nan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luo Nan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiao Qin and Fei with a sullen expression. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Luo Nan blushed slightly. I was just worried about junior sister's safety. Fei covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luo Nan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Qin stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiao Qin raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then he made some calculations in his heart. Xiao Qin was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful Yin energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it, or once Xiao Qin found it, the Yin energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. There is baleful Yin energy in this place. Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right? Luo closed his eyes and sensed, not to mention the aura of baleful Yin energy. He did not even feel Yin-attributed energy. Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nan. Then she looked at Xiao Qin and asked, Big Brother Xiao Qin, is there really baleful Yin energy in this place? Xiao Qin answered honestly, I don't dare to be sure either. I can only say that there is a chance. In that case, let's give it a try. Big Brother Xiao Qin, what should we do? Fei encouraged Xiao Qin. She rather trusted him. Xiao Qin smiled and said, You should just call me Yi Bai here. It would not be good to give myself away. Fei stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I understand, Senior Brother Yi Bai. Junior Sister, let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful Yin energy in 1 month. Fei smiled and said, Let's give it a try. Senior Brother, go and help out. Senior Brother Yi Bai, it's time to make a move. Luo Nan was not willing. However, since Fei gave the order, he could not disobey. Luo Nan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it, and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luo Nan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiao Qin glanced at Luo Nan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luo Nan clearly did not like Xiao Qin, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful Yin energy. Fei slowly revealed a disappointed expression. Haha, how is it? I told you that there is no baleful Yin energy, right? Luo Nan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei gave Luo Nan a strange look. Senior Brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful Yin energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful Yin energy? Of course not, Luo Nan quickly denied. Then why are you smiling? Seeing Fei's innocent eyes, Luo Nan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Qin, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luo Nan and Fei. The environment of profound Yin Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? Junior Sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash. Fei nodded and said, In that case, Senior Brother, be careful. Luo Nan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. This Senior Brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine. The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and Yin-attributed energy. When Luo Nan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luo Nan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luo Nan touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luo Nan managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luo Nan only cared about chasing after Xiao Qin, not knowing to lower his head. So, his head crashed into the wall again. As Luo Nan chased after Xiao Qin, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luo Nan suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Qin. After some time, Luo Nan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luo Nan's eyes lit up and he rushed over. Ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes, and sorry state, he panted, I finally found you. Follow me. So cold, what's going on? Suddenly, Luo Nan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Qin. The entire area was filled with inattributed energy. Even Luo Nen felt a chill in his bones. Luo Nen looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful Yin energy. Chapter 1566. Luo Nen shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful Yin energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then Luo Nen swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Qin, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Qin dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful Yin energy in such a short time. Xiao Qin turned his head and glanced at Luo Nan. Finding it strange, he asked, "How did you end up like this?" Luo Nan's clothes were tattered and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luo Nan, but there had been no battle. Who knew? The moment Xiao Qin said that, Luo Nan immediately became angry. This fellow, if not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luo Nan. Senior brother Xiao Qin, are you there? Just as Luo Nan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luo Nan glared at Xiao Qin and said, "The interior of Profound Yin Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time." After saying that, Luo Nan turned around to lead Fate over. 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After seeing the baleful Yin energy, Fate Er's expression filled with pleasant surprise. "Senior brother Yubai, you really found it. You are really incredible." Luo Nan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fate Er smiled and said, "Senior brother Luo Nan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent." Fate Er glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front and then at Luo Nan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luo Nan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Qin smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Nan quickly changed the topic. "This 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the Yin essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful Yin energy, the quality of the Yin essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "We need to ensure that the baleful Yin energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of Yin energy, the primordial Yin energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade." This was what Xiao Qin had seen in the Book of the Epics. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used Yin essence stones. Being able to absorb Yin essence energy from baleful Yin energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful Yin energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luo Nan immediately said angrily, "You aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful Yin energy, right?" Fate Er quickly advised, "Senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother, Xiao Qin definitely does not mean that." Xiao Qin's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, "Choose for yourselves. This baleful Yin energy is not suitable for me." The moment Xiao Qin said that, Luo Nan and Fate Er immediately felt stunned. "I already said that big brother Xiao Qin is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me," Fate Er said as she rolled her eyes at Luo Nan, making Luo Nan feel very uncomfortable. "Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful Yin energy. Remember to apologize to big brother Xiao Qin later." "Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him. What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me?" Behind, Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful Yin energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful Yin energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful Yin energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful Yin energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Fei accompanied Xiao Chen the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate the divine lightning eye's fourth layer. Aside from refining the cycle throne, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the divine lightning eye. Xiao Chen could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. Xiao Chen, little yellow feather, is about to wake up. It can already communicate with me. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he revealed a smile on his face. This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the Zodiac Hall is still somewhat effective. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. Hee. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult. Yes. Half a day later, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack! Crack! When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success! Luo Nan successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and formally advanced to the Yin essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luo Nan had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful Yin energy, his strength naturally soared. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister, I successfully refined this strand of baleful Yin energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Fei smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to big brother Xiao Chen. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful Yin energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Nan felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nan found Xiao Chen pleasing to the eye. Now he felt that Xiao Chen was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiao Chen was no big deal. Luo Nan casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiao Chun, sorry. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations! For some reason, when Luo Nan heard these 2 simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the 3 collected all the nearby Yin essence stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The 3 set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Shao Chen stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nan stand guard. Senior brother, Yi, I should be rather tired today. Fei said quickly, not wanting Shao Chen to be so tired. Luo Nan also volunteered, saying Shao Chen, just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Shao Chen smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky, and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Shao Chen took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Emo Chin brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Shao Chen, she asked, Senior brother Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Shao Chen did not deny it. Then he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Ryua was doing well. Shao Chen changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei seems to like senior brother Luo Nan a lot. Fei blushed and said somewhat helplessly, even big brother Shao Chen, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nan cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nan is good. He is just somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Shao Chen smiled and said, one day he will become a great hero for you. Fei squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Channy-Sec ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our great 1,000 realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, to think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Shao Chen, who was drinking the 1,000-year flame, did not know. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man knew of Shao Chen's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him, tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. There was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called by Feng, and the woman was Lui. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of profound Een Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Een energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother, we're really lucky. 300 years of Een energy. Lu Yi said happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Yin energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Yin essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Yin spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. And I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who is it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous. I am the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here, I came over. In the darkness, Wei He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei He smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister! Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew, and in the darkness, a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect, Temples, Feng Yin, Flying Cloud Manors, Tuoba Lang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all Yin Essence stage experts. Wei He sneered, revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry. I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. Haha, it is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, Brother Feng Yin, it is your turn. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin smiled faintly. Then he formed hand seals, and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful Yin energy in the 2 corpses was slowly forced out. The 2 had just refined the baleful Yin energy and had not completely merged the Yin essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The 5 did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure, baleful Yin energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful Yin energy was completely absorbed, Wei He opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our Yin essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful Yin energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yin. Without the 2 of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuoba Lang said with a smile at the soaring Cloud Mountain Manor. Wei He said humbly, it is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yin. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sect seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough. Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful Yin energy and who had completely refined the baleful Yin energy and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the 5. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peak Yin essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the 5 seated, cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these 5. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring that Little Yellow Feather was about to break out of its shell. "The 2 of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while," Xiao Chen said to Fei and Luo Nan as he turned around. Luo Nan wished that Xiao Chen would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei, so he quickly agreed. "Big brother Xiao Chen, be careful," Fei warned, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful Yin energy again. After leaving the 2, Xiao Chen saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon, the eggshell completely shattered. Then, Little Yellow Feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves, and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, Little Yellow Feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time, Little Yellow Feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, "Little Yellow Feather, come over quickly." Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping nonstop. The last time Little Yellow Feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chen knew that Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, "Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather said that it can help us search for baleful Yin energy. This kind of cold Yin energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely yang-attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful Yin energy and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Chen still rejected it. "Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful Yin energy." "No, it's said that there is a Yin-attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the Immortal Spirit Ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated." Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the Immortal Spirit Ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Other baleful Yin energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chen said gravely, "Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful Yin energy. However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed." When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, she quickly reminded Little Yellow Feather several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This little fellow won't mess around, right?" "I already reminded it many times." It should not mess around, Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, we can just leave this profound Yin star. Over the next few days, Xiao Qin used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Qin used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Qin and the others did not find any baleful Yin energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luonan could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy 10 days later. Xiao Qin did not say anything. No matter how fate or rejected, he gave up this baleful Yin energy to her. When fate successfully refined this baleful Yin energy, the three came out of the crack. Brother Wei He, there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Tianyi sect. Take a look and see if they found anything. The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. The Tianyi sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look. Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, It is indeed the Tianyi sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful Yin energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful Yin energy is of high quality. The baleful Yin energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it. However, the Tianyi sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially the Yibai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him. That's right. Out of so many people, only Yibai was asked a few more questions by that old man. Should we make a move? The 5 hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the 5 hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin. He said seriously, there is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yibai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time, we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luo Nan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yibai. Furthermore, Brother Wei, he already said that the baleful Yin energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk? Feng Yan's long speech swayed the other for somewhat. Wei he entered deep thought and said, That Yibai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi. Soon, the 5 of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin revealed a smile. Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes, the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba, Yi said calmly. Wei he nodded and said, Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this. When Xiao Chen's group of 3 walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. Senior Brother Yibai, many thanks. Unexpectedly, I, Fei would have such a day. Fei who refined a complete strand of baleful Yin energy, felt exceptionally happy. You are too polite. Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profound Yin Island, he would probably leave soon. At that time, they would not have much interaction. Xiao Qin still had to go to the Profound Light Great Realm and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luo Nan's opinion of Xiao Qin had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Qin, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go. There's no need to speak so much. Luo Nan forcefully interrupted the 2. Xiao Qin stopped and raised his head to look ahead. What's wrong? Fei quickly asked. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luo Nan, and Miss Fei we meet again. Just at this moment, Wei he brought the other 4 people and appeared before the 3 of them. What a coincidence! As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei, he quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luo Nan had always disliked this Wei he. Seeing Wei he smile so happily made him feel disgusted. I am not familiar with you. Yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to? Xiao Qin smiled and replied, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei he has already found companions. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiao Qin still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you. Wei, he said enthusiastically, this is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen. I have long heard of young Master. Yes, great name. Brother Yi Bai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful Yin energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin looked sincerely at Xiao Qin. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big brother Xiao Chen happened to need baleful Yin energy. Just as Luo Nan was about to speak, Xiao Chen's voice projection rang out in Luo Nan's and Fei Er's ears. Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression. In the first place, Xiao Qin did not like Wei he. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei he appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The 5 of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful Yin energy. Now they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing, Luo Nan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiao Chen's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then she demanded angrily, How can this group of people be so vicious? After interacting with Xiao Chen for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiao Chen unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei he first. If the 2 of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you. As for Feng Yin, he was someone the 3 needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiao Qin and could not be the first target to be killed. The 3 quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei he and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued, What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere. Xiao Qin nodded and casually stepped forward. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to Wei he and said, Sorry, Brother Wei he. I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions. Wei he smiled and said, Not at all, not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together. While Wei he smiled, he cursed in his heart. This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant. Why don't you just attack him directly? Do it. Wei he sent a voice projection, calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them, but Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei he any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei he's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiao Chen's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiao Chen used all the energy in his body and pointed with 2 cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished, and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei Er and Luonan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiao Chen made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. What's going on? Feng Yin, young Master Yen, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. Oh no, they saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them. Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The Flying Snow Palace's young master, Yen, waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless, visible icy qi directly encased Xiaoqin, and the temperature plummeted. The young master Yen before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiaoqin and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiaoqin had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum, a momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiaoqin's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle, baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus flower sword art, Buddha's rage. Feng Yin held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain open. With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiaoqin for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiaoqin gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiaoqin only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiaoqin, who had comprehended the saber great Tao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Tao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings, and the sword move was unstable. If the Tao might leaked out, Xiaoqin could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then, Xiaoqin easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luo Nan and Luo Nan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei He's group thought very well. In the end, Xiaoqin tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiaoqin's intentional control, only Feng Yin remained, holding on bitterly. Xiaoqin wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei He's group of 5 surrounded Xiaoqin. At this moment, only Feng Yin was still fighting with Xiaoqin, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yin, who was fighting Xiaoqin, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin easily dealt with them. Feng Yin's cultivation approached the peak of the yin-yang realm. However, before Xiao Qin, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiao Qin drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yan's escape routes. Lotus flower evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yan suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiao Chun looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiao Qin felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin. However, Luo Nan said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them, and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only SOSO. Fei said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for Senior Brother Yi, by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xiao Qin nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, I would not have been able to escape. This is profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior Brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Fei asked as she looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. It will be safer there. Fei hurriedly said, no, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi Bai, you haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beasts? Luo Nan did not say anything. Luo Nan was indeed embarrassed to ask Luo Nan to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qin quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Fei and Luo Nan did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the profound Yin Island, there was a mountain range called the Profound Yin Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful Yin energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar! The one that roared was a black ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten 1,000 leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound waves snapped several large trees. Chi! Chi! On the ground, there was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak young essence stage, ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around, and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiaochen arrived before profound Een Mountain, Fei-er and Luo Nan were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this profound Een Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Fei-er revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luo Nan listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luo Nan felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiaochen thought for a while. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards profound Een Mountain. Fei-er shook her head but followed after. Junior's sister. Luo Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10-odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing Little Yellow Feather. Luo Nan exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant!" Xiaochen replied calmly, "My spirit pet." When Luo Nan heard that, he exclaimed in shock, "Your spirit pet?" Fei-er asked directly, "Big brother Xiaochen, are you going to save it?" Xiaochen nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luo Nan said sullenly, "That is 10-odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core realm Inc. flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first." Right after Luo Nan spoke, Xiaochen quickly descended. "Little human, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiaochen was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. "It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry." Fei-er and Luo Nan were greatly startled. Xiaochen, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiaochen landed, the young essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. "Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive." A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiaochen's mind, giving him a headache. Xiaochen turned his head and looked at Little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past. Incredible." Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiaochen was praising it. "Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profound Een Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business." That half-step primal core realm Inc. flame tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then it continued, sending a voice projection. "I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation." Chapter 1570. Roar! Xiaochen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent Inc. flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Qin. The ink-flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink-flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Qin. This development startled Xiao Qin slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink-flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Kassier! Kassier! The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Qin retreated far away and found his footing, 2 crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. 2 crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luo Nen exclaimed softly, "How did this fellow cultivate his physical body?" To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink-flame tiger's attack. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Fei paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Qin, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luo Nan heard this, he quickly pulled Fei behind him and took a few steps back. Then he said, "At this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those yang essence stage, ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those yang essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Qin. Believe in Xiao Qin. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident." Although Luo Nan was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Qin, he still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiao Qin looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon-tone bat. Xiao Qin no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink-flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good, since coming to the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Qin had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiao Qin waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then he looked up at the ink-flame tiger and unleashed his Dao Might. The ink-flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the profound Yin Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of Mystic Yin Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year, there are people who are not afraid of death, wanting to go to the profound Yin Mountain. If the old monster of Mystic Yin Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right. In profound Yin Mountain, Xiao Qin faced the ink-flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Tao slowly condensed into a point. Roar! The roaring ink-flame tiger roared at Xiao Qin, and a berserk aura surged toward Xiao Qin. Tao! Xiao Qin said softly, and the great Tao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then his aura clashed without fear. Boom! Amid loud sounds, the 2 berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill! Xiao Qin drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiao Qin's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink-flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink-flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiao Qin's. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly. One man and one beast fought in this mountain forest. Shao Qin used the flawless saber technique together with the yin-yang saber domain to support his great Tao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger. Just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the Ink Flame Tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The Ink Flame Tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Shao Qian's saber energy was infused with great Tao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. Whoosh! The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The Ink Flame Tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the Ink Flame Tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the Ink Flame Tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in profound Yin Mountain in the future. Shao Qin stood upright while holding his saber. The Ink Flame Tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Shao Qin had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Shao Qian's control. He had not used any of his 4 trump cards yet. As long as he used any one of them, he could immediately turn the situation around. Chapter 1571. The 10,000-year-old Yin energy had been found? Shao Qian was delighted, but in the blink of an eye he calmed down. Blondie had always been unreliable. Look at what it had done in the mysterious Yin Mountain. Roasting snake eggs, stealing spirit herbs guarded by others, burning bird nests. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be too convinced. Shao Qian asked suspiciously, "Is that place safe?" "Safe, very safe. There is only a small snake there," Ao Jiao said. Regardless of whether it was safe or not, he had to rest for a while and recover his yuan qi. After calling out to Fei and Luonan, Shao Qian found a quiet place and sat down to recover his exhausted essence. The battle just now could be said to be incomparably delightful. This also allowed Shao Qian to recognize his own strength. If he did not use his trump cards, he would be on par with a half-step primal core cultivator. It was hard to tell who would win. After all, half-step primal core realm cultivators were not like ferocious beasts. Their combat experience and intelligence were higher than ferocious beasts. No matter how ferocious a beast was, it could not be more dangerous than a human's heart. At the same time, Shao Qian also realized the shortcomings of his movement technique. He seemed to be invincible among his peers. However, when he ran into this Ink Flame Tiger, he suffered greatly. The other party's straightforward attacks were truly fast to the point that he could not predict them. There were still many areas that needed to be improved upon. Movement techniques generally consisted of 2 points. One was speed and the other was evasion. The fish dragon art mainly focused on changing one's surroundings, dodging within a small area. It was derived from the spirit fish of the immortal world and strengthened. The area that needed to be improved should be short-range ambushes. In other words, pure speed. Thoughts flashed through Shao Qian's mind. The Ink Flame Tiger leaped like thunder, launching surprise attacks faster than lightning. There were many things that could be used for reference. While Xiao Chen was recuperating and recovering his essence, Feng Yun, who had executed a life-saving evasion technique and turned into thousands of lotus leaves, was also on the other side. It was also at this moment that he revealed himself. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was clearly much weaker than before. That life-saving escape technique obviously couldn't be used rashly, as the price would be unbearable. How unlucky! I actually used this life-saving escape technique in front of a true energy realm. Feng Yin leaned against the wall, touched his wound, and said weakly. At the same time, his mind was spinning. He had long recognized Xiao Qin as the person on the wanted list issued by the sect. Now he seemed to understand why the sect had ordered him to keep a low profile when he saw this person. All Xiao Qin needed to do was report the exact location and wait for the Black Lotus Church's church master to personally send someone over. After all, the Black Lotus Church was not in this astral region. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, the black-faced sect leader still regarded Xiao Qin with such importance. It was clear that Xiao Qin was not an ordinary person. Initially, he was thinking of capturing Xiao Qin alive and bringing him back to the sect to claim the credit. But from the looks of it now, that was no longer possible. As long as he could return alive and report the news of Xiao Qin, everything would be fine. What is this place? It's so cold. Feng Yin looked around, tightened his clothes, and asked doubtfully. Back then, in order to escape for his life, he randomly chose a direction and flew for half a day. As a result, Feng Yin had no idea where he was now. There was a small river not far away. Strange. It is just ordinary river water. Why is the surroundings so frighteningly cold? Feng Yin startled awake. Only then did he discover that he was in an extremely remote place that he had never heard of before. After checking the river water, Feng Yin did not discover anything special. Just as Feng Yin was feeling bewildered, he stumbled and fell into the river. The rapid flow of the river swept him to the bottom of the river in an instant. A bone-chilling cold immediately froze Feng Yin's body. Oh no! I was already severely injured by Xiao Chen in the first place, so I risked my life to use an evasion technique. Injuries upon injuries. Could it be that I, Feng Yin, am going to drown to death? In his daze, Feng Yin maintained a trace of consciousness, doing his best not to faint. PFFF. After some time, Feng Yin coughed a few times and spat out a large mouthful of cold water. It turned out that he had been washed to a shallow part of an underground river. In his fluster, Feng Yin quickly got up in a sorry state. After calming down and recovering some essence, Feng Yin's complexion improved significantly. He cautiously looked around and walked along the underground river. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Baleful Yin energy. Feng Yin felt an extremely dense, baleful Yin energy. He had never come in contact with such strong, baleful Yin energy before. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. When Feng Yin thought of a certain legend on profound Yin Island, his body trembled in excitement. Could it be 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? Even if it isn't, it should be several thousand years old. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune. Is this my fortuitous encounter? Just as Feng Yin was about to walk forward, he calmly stopped. No, even if I were at my peak, it would be difficult for me to hunt for 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Furthermore, in my current state, it might be 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. No matter how great a fortuitous encounter was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Just me alone won't do. I have to work with others. They have to be the strongest of the sect disciples. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. At this moment, many candidates appeared in Feng Yin's mind. For example, the Clear Feather Sect's first senior brother, who was much stronger than Wei He. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, the soaring cloud mountain manners Tobian. These were the disciples of the various major sects, the leaders of this trip to profound Een Island. At this moment, they should be leading their junior brothers on an adventure. Aside from ensuring their own harvest, they also had the responsibility of taking care of their junior brothers. It's settled, then. After making up his mind, Feng Yin left behind a set of coordinates and quickly left. If 100 people absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, it would be a great opportunity. He did not have to worry about sharing it with others. On the other side, Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had rested, quickly moved about under Little Yellow Feather's lead. Luo Nan exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy? This is a great opportunity." Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nan and said, "Why are you so excited? Just protect Big Brother Xiao Chen later. Don't get any ideas about the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Big Brother Xiao Chen already found 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy for us. This is already a rare opportunity." When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled. He rather liked Fei Er's character. She was pure, naive, and knew how to be grateful. As for Luo Nan, although Xiao Chen was disrespectful to Luo Nan, that was only because he was jealous. Luo Nan's character was not that bad. With the two of them protecting him, Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. "Xiao Chen, why do you not seem anxious at all?" Luo Nan asked, finding it strange when he saw Xiao Chen's calm expression. Even an outsider like Luo Nan felt extremely excited about the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. To think that Xiao Chen remained calm, his mental state like a 1,000-year-old ancient lake. "If one day you experience as much as I did, you will be like me," Xiao Chen said calmly with a faint smile. Luo Nan's lips twitched as he said, "You make it sound like you experienced a lot of things." "Oh, right. Where did your yellow-feathered bird get its spirit pet?" "I don't know what kind of bird it is. It is very skinny and unprepossessing, but it is very arrogant. To think that you actually managed to find 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy for it." Boom! Right after Luo Nan spoke, a flame flew over. Caught off guard, half of Luo Nan's hair burned off. This startled Luo Nan. He jumped up and down, putting in a lot of effort before he managed to extinguish the flame. "Junior sister, don't stop me. Today, I have to teach this yellow-feathered bird a lesson." In the blink of an eye, half of Luo Nan's hair was burned off. A charred smell spread from his head, and white smoke rose. Luo Nan was so frustrated that he felt like exploding. Fei who was currently tidying Luo Nan's hair, smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm not stopping you. However, that bird dares to provoke 10-odd ferocious beasts. Are you sure you want to seek trouble with it?" "Hey!" Big Brother Xiao Chen stopped. "We should have reached the place. Let's quickly go and take a look." Under Little Yellow Feather's guidance, the 3 entered the river and sank along with it. Gurgle! Water splashed everywhere, and 3 bodies emerged from the river. They were so cold that they shivered. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. When he opened them again, he looked at the dark, unknown land in front. Then he said, "It is indeed 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Its hiding place is really well hidden." Chapter 1572. There was a pitch-black cave entrance at the end of the underground river. The dense, baleful Een energy came from there. When the 2 walked to the cave entrance, a berserk, baleful Een energy had already formed. The fierce wind was like a knife, and even the wind contained a cold and bleak Een chi. Standing at the entrance of the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Luo Nan and Fei felt the pressure. If not for the fact that they had already advanced to the Een essence stage and absorbed the 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. Big Brother Xiao Chen, the baleful Een energy here is very strong. Be careful in front. Fei found it somewhat difficult to speak. Walking was even more strenuous. Junior sister, are you all right? Luo Nen looked worriedly at Fei as he shielded her. Suddenly, the pressure on the two lessened. They felt that the baleful Yin energy in the wind had weakened significantly, becoming nearly negligible. It turned out that Shao Qin had blocked the Dao might that he sent out alone. This startled Luo Nan. As he looked at Shao Qin in front, he vaguely saw a disk of light shining behind him. Even in the dark night, it did not look very conspicuous. However, that weak light deterred Luo Nan from looking at it directly. It felt like a saber light pierced their eyes. It's that light again. What kind of martial technique is that? Or is it some kind of realm? It feels like there are traces of saber intent in it, but it is not complete. What exactly are the origins of this Shao Qin? When fighting the Ink Flame Tiger, Shao Qin had released his Dao Might once, instantly suppressing the berserk aura of the Ink Flame Tiger. Now, Shao Qin released his Dao Might again, reducing the pressure on the two. This startled Luo Nan. Big brother Shao Qin is really incredible. Senior brother, let's leave some restrictions here to prevent others from barging in. Oh. Luo Nen withdrew his gaze and nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he and Fei left a formation at the entrance. The Tianyi sect had some accumulations in formations. These two were pretty skilled in them. Shao Qin looked back from a distance. He felt that the restrictions the two left were much stronger than what he learned from Emperor Wu. The Great Thousand Realms' martial Dao inheritances were much stronger than the Kunlun realms. And this was only a first-grade sect. How strong would a second-grade sect or a third-grade sect be? What kind of existence was Ancestor Dragon City, where Lu Ruiyue was? Shao Qin turned his head around and looked ahead cautiously. He did not see the small snake that little yellow feather mentioned. He wanted it to come out and give it some instructions. But no matter what, little yellow feather refused to come out. It did not like this kind of cold environment. Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, appeared somewhat distracted as he looked at Fei Er's face. He and his junior sister had entered the Tianyi sect at the same time. He had fallen in love with this junior sister the moment he first learned to love her. However, junior martial sister Fei was kind-hearted and beautiful. She had countless suitors in the sect. Among them, there were many senior brothers who were more outstanding than him. Fortunately, his junior sister never agreed and even kept a certain distance from those people. This made his inferiority complex feel a little better, and he even felt a little happy. At the very least, his junior martial sister liked being with him. However, after Shao Qin came out, everything changed. Luo Nan repeatedly spoke rudely to Shao Qin, even mocking him. However, due to the sense of danger in his heart, Luo Nan felt that he was inferior to the other party in every aspect. His junior martial sister seemed to be overly concerned about Shao Qin. The most important thing was that Luo Nan discovered that he was indeed inferior to Shao Qin. Furthermore, he was far from it, be it mental state, strength, or bearing. Junior sister, I have something to say to you, Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, suddenly said to Fei Er. Fei Er was somewhat busy and did not raise her head. Senior brother, what do you want to say? Do you feel that I am very useless compared to Shao Qin? Luo Nan asked softly after he drummed up his courage, blushing somewhat. Fei Er stopped what she was doing and looked up with a serious expression. Senior brother, why would you have such a thought? Luo Nan did not know how to answer. He could not say a single word of the words he had already organized in his mind. Fei Er smiled strangely and asked, Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Luo Nan endured the conflict in his heart and remained silent for a while. Then he said softly, I feel that junior sister and Shao Qin are quite compatible. The moment Luo Nan said that, he no longer dared to look at Fei Er's expression. The smile on Fei Er's face immediately vanished and she turned cold. Is this what senior brother wants to say to me? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and said, No, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to speak. Fei remained silent, not saying anything more. After that, the two remained silent. Fei did not say anything either. This made Luo Nen feel strangely empty. However, he did not know what to say. He did not know how he had angered his junior sister. After traveling for 1.5 kilometers, the baleful winds grew increasingly stronger. Xiao Chen turned his head and said, Luo Nan and Fei, the two of you stay here. Don't advance any further. We will see the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy soon. Fei nodded, surprisingly not saying anything in response. Instead, Luo Nan said, Go on then. The two of us will stand guard here. We guarantee that nothing will disturb you from absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chen felt that the two were behaving strangely. However, this should be a private matter, so it was not convenient for him to say too much. Xiao Chen nodded gently and expressed his thanks. After some thought, Xiao Chen got Little Yellow Feather to come out and stand guard here. It was better to be safe than sorry. Nothing could go wrong while absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not be able to endure the backlash. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy drew closer. Although his vision was obstructed, Xiao Chen could sense that it was not far away. After a while, Xiao Chen raised his Dao might to the peak. Then he endured the vast, baleful winds. Xiao Chen saw a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hidden on a stone platform at the end of the somewhat dark space. That baleful Yin energy was very dense and frighteningly black. It looked somewhat like some of the black whirlpools that Xiao Chen had seen in the starry heavens. As the whirlpools spun, strands of black light spread out in the surroundings like lightning. This formed an isolation zone, protecting the baleful Yin energy. The black, baleful Yin energy spun like a hurricane in the quiet space. Suddenly, 2 clumps of green flames lit up in the hurricane. The glossy green light was like a pair of sinister eyes, making Xiao Chen's heart tremble. According to rumor, this baleful Yin energy already gained some intelligence. Could it be true? Whoosh! A black light flashed, and the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy burrowed into the ground. The answer went without saying. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy used its reaction to tell Xiao Chen the truth of the rumor. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Xiao Chen had worked so hard to get here. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. A divine weapon shot out, and an intense explosion rang out where the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy originally was. The ground exploded, and dirt flew everywhere. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was blasted out. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Every time the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy tried to flee, Xiao Chen forced it out. No matter how fast the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy fled, it was not as fast as Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings. He grasped the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's every move. Although this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had a ferocious nature, it also gained intelligence. However, its intelligence had not matured yet. Compared to Xiao Chen, it was just like a child. You can't escape. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and his Taiji saber domain spread out, encasing everything within 10 kilometers. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into an incredibly pitch-black clump of light moving about chaotically. However, the saber domain encased the surroundings, making it like an impenetrable fortress, preventing it from burrowing into the ground. Dao! Xiao Chen called out softly. Then he gathered the great Dao's might in one direction and pressed it towards the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The great Dao's might was like a formless mountain range, suppressing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy in a certain direction, greatly reducing its mobility. As Shao Qin approached, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's range of movement shrank. Gather! Finding an opportunity, Shao Qin focused the great Tao's might on one point. Then he took a step forward and completely suppressed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy with his aura. The black, baleful Yin energy spun wildly, sending out many blade-like strong winds. It was obvious that he was furious. The strong winds also carried traces of sinister electric light. When one touched it gently, one would feel pain in one's finger. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hid in a corner, looking like a porcupine covered in thorns as it glared at Shao Qin. Shao Qin entered deep thought. This 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is really not easy to deal with. The other baleful Yin energy were not as crafty and nimble. However, there was some risk in absorbing and refining it. If not for Shao Qin having some means, he might not have been able to subdue it. The energy of the thunder domain gathered in Shao Qin's palm and merged with the ice domain. Then, a drop of dragon blood came out of his palm. When the three energies merged, Shao Qin ferociously smashed his palm down, producing a loud sound. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all the lightning and wind blades that shot out shattered. This strike thoroughly injured the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Furthermore, with the suppression of the Tao's might, it weakened significantly. Shao Qin took this opportunity to open his hand and ferociously suck, swallowing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy into his body. The berserk energy immediately surged about in his body, becoming like a wild horse galloping about, berserk and hard to tame. The rest would depend on Shao Qin's ability to refine, absorb, and advance to the Yin essence stage. At the same time, Feng Yin led a group of unwelcome guests underground. Chapter 1573. As expected of the Clear Feather Sex, Senior Brother Feng, your mental strength is much stronger than ours. Feng Yin heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered the other party. Some people would die from eating too much, while others could perfectly digest and replenish themselves after eating too much. The few of them were in high spirits and did not pay too much attention to it. His strength and talent were much higher than Wei He's. It's a restriction. Feng Yun frowned slightly and said faintly, "The method of setting up this formation is not simple. It seems that someone else came in ahead of us." The flying snow palaces. Lu Mu's face sank. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said furiously, "Feng Yin, are you messing with us?" Just this alone was enough to keep him busy. He could not afford to be distracted at all. The Clear Feather Sex Feng Yin nodded and said, "That's right. There's no need to have any objections. The energy contained in the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is something that the four of us cannot completely absorb even after using all our strength. There's no need for any disputes or schemes. It's fine as long as we are of one mind." Lu Mu's eyes were sharp. He asked in a deep voice, "Brother Feng Yin, what's wrong?" It was Feng Yin again. This fellow from the Lotus Sect Temple was really like a ghost that refused to go away. That seems to be the case. The other two also noticed it after carefully sensing it. Shao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than Fei Er's and Luo Nan's mental energy. He could grasp every movement around him. Among them, the black demonic ape was the strongest, an early-stage primal core cultivator. As for the other two ferocious beasts, they were comparable to the ink flame tiger that Shao Qin had fought earlier. Little Yellow Feather stuck its head out from Luo Nan's side and looked around, showing that something was wrong as well. The two-headed hound and the blue lion transmitted their voices to each other. He had reached a crucial moment in refining this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. Feng Yun hid his smile and said, "It's nothing. It's just that Yi Bai is not easy to deal with. I feel that we should be more cautious." "That's right. He won't be able to swallow the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him as well. At this moment, the inspector sensed the fluctuation of Xiao Chen's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it actually broke free from Xiao Chen's restraints and forcefully entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, Feng Yan's strength is indeed the strongest among the three, so Feng Yan's first target is him. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he be so trusted? Not to mention, if he was disturbed by an attack, the refinement would definitely fail, and he might even lose his life here. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance flashed between his brows. It was obvious that while he acknowledged Yi Bai, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. In front of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, this bit of risk was completely worth taking, and could even be said to be nothing. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card right away, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Perhaps such a thing would not have happened. Haha, Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for Brother Feng Yin. We have to thank Brother Feng Yin for sharing the information about this place with us. Just as the four of them entered the formation, water splashed out from the underground river behind them, and 3 ferocious beasts leaped out. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, it had gained sentience, making it even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yin had a flushed complexion and a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood as he led the 3-peak Yin Essence stage cultivators along the underground river. To think that this ferocious, baleful Yin energy would fight to the death, turning from guest to host, wanting to directly swallow up Xiao Chen's soul and possess Xiao Chen. Tuoba Yin smiled and said, "It is just one Yi Bai. How can he scare the 3 of us? At worst, we'll just kill Luo Nan and his junior sister, and the few of us can split the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy." Could it be that the person who came cannot even kill Lord Jiao Snake? The one who spoke was the Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yin, Wei He's senior brother, the leader of the Clear Feather Sect disciples this time. Feng Yan's mental state experienced some disturbance, causing some fluctuations. Lu Mu smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Brother Feng Yin already made a vow. How can I doubt you?" Suddenly, Feng Yan's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to stop Lu Mu. Wait a moment. The moment Feng Yan's group of 4 stepped into the formation, Xiao Qin, who was anxiously refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, sensed it. This was the advantage of having deep accumulations. The group of 4 advanced along the underground river. Soon, they felt the cold, sinister wind, and they immediately revealed smiles on their faces. It has been more than 100 years. Lord Jiao Snake has not allowed any ferocious beasts to approach this place. Why did it send us here to kill people today? Something is wrong. Feng Yin stopped walking and said doubtfully, "This sinister wind is much weaker than when I arrived. The difference is like heaven and earth. It is completely different from when I first arrived." Yi Bai was strong enough, but the 3 of them were not weak either. Their cultivations were even higher than Yi Bai's. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yin said quickly, "Don't get agitated. No matter what, Brother Feng Yin would not have the guts to trick the 3 of us at the same time. It should not be fake. Most importantly, I did sense lingering baleful Yin energy. It is very dense and strong." The black demonic ape said indifferently, "Don't overthink. Lord Jiao Snake is an existence that can speak directly with those sect elders. It definitely would not let us make a move against someone it cannot deal with. It must have some reservations." What was impossible about that? Little Yellow Feather was the one who found this place first. He just happened to find it, inside the formation at the cave entrance. Of course, people like Xiao Qin, who possessed the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races and possessed incredibly deep accumulations, would definitely be different. What a hidden place. This place is already very desolate and desolate in the first place. Most people would not come here. To think that there is a hidden place under the river, a completely different world. The clear feather sex Fong Yun nodded and said in agreement, a major primal core realm, cultivator's judgment cannot be wrong. That Yi Bai is definitely not easy to deal with. However, since we are already here, there is no reason for us to retreat. Fong Yun was bold and skilled. He immediately led the way into the formation. Everyone was entrusted with heavy responsibilities by their sect, having the responsibility of protecting their juniors. Luo Nan sensed for a while, and his expression changed slightly. It's Fong Yin, Tuoba Yin, Lu Mu, and the Lotus Sect Temple's Fong Yin. Aside from Fong Yin, none of them were people that the three of them could deal with. What? The three were startled, finding this somewhat strange. He was the soaring cloud mountain manners Tuoba Yin. His physical body, movement technique, and leg techniques were exceptionally strong. His thoughts were boundlessly chaotic, and it was hard for his mental state to fluctuate. What's wrong? The three looked at Fong Yin. The last person, a stout man, smiled boldly and said in a magnanimous manner. After walking a few more kilometers, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then their expressions turned grave. There was a standing black, demonic ape, a two-headed ferocious dog, and a gigantic blue lion. Whoosh! 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 At the mention of Yi Bai's name, an uncontrollable fear flashed on Fong Yun's face, and his body shrank back slightly. However, just these alone were not enough to cause Xiao Chen's mental state to fluctuate. Fong Yun's expression changed dramatically. That's impossible. Fong Yun's heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend any one of these three people. With the strength of these three, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were among the top 3 of the 100-odd elite disciples. Fei said somewhat anxiously, "This is not good. They are all difficult people to deal with. It is indeed a completely different world. Who could have imagined that there would be a hidden path at the bottom of the river? Brother Fong Yin, how did you find this place back then? Was it really a coincidence?" The main thing was that the other 3 were very strong. Even with the help of the formation, Fei and Luo Nin would find it hard to deal with them. Squeak! Squeak! Since the 2 had promised Xiao Qin, they definitely could not retreat. If that happened, the situation would be extremely dangerous. If the 2 left, Xiao Qin could still feel at ease. However, if they died protecting him here, he would not be able to feel at ease. They were like thousands of wild horses that needed to be tamed one by one. Feeling vexed, Luo Nan pushed Fong Yin to the side and said, "You little bird, stop causing trouble. Go and play with fire." Fong Yin quickly explained, "I really had a fortuitous encounter with this place. I only discovered it by chance after a series of accidents." The other person at the side, the flying snow palace's Lu Mu, looked at Fong Yin with some suspicion. "Right. Let's not delay any further. If we complete Lord Jiao Snake's task, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The 3 strong, ferocious beasts stopped communicating and carefully walked forward. "It looks like the Tiani Sex formation. It should be senior brother and junior sister Luo Nan and that Yi Bai." The flying cloud mountain manners Tuoba Yun analyzed after checking. However, they could only feel anxious now. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained incredibly vast baleful Yin energy. "Come, let's break the formation together." The hearts of Luo Nan and Fei who were in a cold war, sank. They exchanged glances at the same time. Someone is coming. Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Fong Yin was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. 1 was a bewildering formation, and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Fong Yin dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Fong Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Fong Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time and I can break it. Everyone, don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, the people who laid it were just Luo, Nan, and Faber. It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Fong Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Fong Yin, he was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. "Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation." "Yes." Fei nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. "Kacha!" Amidst the white fog, in front of Fong Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The flying snow palaces, Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Hoo hoo hoo! This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba Yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. "Kasie! Kasie!" The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged, but when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. "Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately." Just as Tuoba Yun and the other 2 panicked, Fong Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. "Who?" A cool breeze blew, and a note of the maze was removed by Fong Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. "We cannot let Fong Yun break the bewildering formation." Luo Nen felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Fong Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Fong Chong's trio. At that time, the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba Yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Fong Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luo Nen gave Fei a look. Fei nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Fong Yun, who was concentrating on breaking the array. "Dang!" Fong Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. "Fong Yun, you've been tricked." Luo Nen rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Fong Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew? Something strange happened. When Luo Nan's sword pierced through Fong Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luo Nan retreated, Fong Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luo Nan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. "Trying to trick me? The 2 of you are still too inexperienced." As Fong Yun watched Luo Nan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the 3 ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao Snake wants us to kill. The black demonic ape sent a voice projection. Since he did not say, then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. Right. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis, stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no! Fei Er and Luo Nan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Qin, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the three, the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful Yin energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Qin ignored the baleful Yin energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Qin had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful Yin energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and help Luo, Nan, and Fei Er. Or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. When he advanced to the Yin essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling. Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Qin endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful Yin energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom! 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 Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle! Crackle! The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chen's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful Yin energy's remnant soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chen's meridians, the baleful Yin energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful Yin energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful Yin energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chen felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into was like a berserk flood accumulating. As for Xiao Chen's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chen endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the two layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only one layer. At this moment, Xiao Chen wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise, the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just Yin essence stones. Xiao Chen's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only one layer of killing formations remains. Luo Nan, the two of you just surrender, and I can spare your lives. Fang Yin did not rush, slowly grinding away at the two. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Fang Yin did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Damn it. Junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone. At this moment, Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale, and the situation did not look good. It's too late. Now, none of you can leave. Wind. Suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Fang Yun's body. Then he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Fei Er and Luonan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the four's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Xiao Chen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was completely exposed to the four. Berserk, purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Xiao Chen's body. The four squinted, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chen. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. Fang Yin and the other 3 all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. Kill. Quickly kill him. Otherwise, we will all die. Fang Yin revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other 3 to charge at Xiao Chen. Enduring the huge pressure, the 4 soared into the air and slowly approached Xiao Chen. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Xiao Chen's body. The 4, who were just 1 step away from reaching Xiao Chen, were all knocked back. Aside from Fang Yin, the other 3 fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the strong Yin essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiao Chen's original thunder true essence power. Ice and thunder true essence fused together, a visible purple cold qi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chen's Dantian essence had already merged with the Yin essence energy. The primordial Yin energy, refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold Yin energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Since he had just entered the Yin essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Xiao Chen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the Yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old Yin Qi. 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. You actually refined it all. Fang Yin had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to be this strong. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over Fang Yin, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yin, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha! 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 The sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Feng Yin sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful Yin energy allowed Xiao Qin to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Qin had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserk Yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Feng Yan's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around, and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy! What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiao Qin couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus sect, Feng Yin. Xiao Chen pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the ink flame tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast and the friction between his protective jinyuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment, he finally understood why the ink flame tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yan's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pussy eye! Xiao Qin stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yan's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Qin focused all his attention on Feng Yin, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Chen looked at Feng Yin coldly, his gaze icy like that of a Grim Reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yin's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yin begged. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. You are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yin's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yin's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Chen let go, Feng Yin silently fell to the ground dead. Big brother Xiao Chen, Luo Nan, and Fei walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Chen's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There's no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Chen had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Just as the three were about to leave, Startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Fang Yin and the other two. What's going on? Luo Nan and Fei felt confused. In the next moment, Fang Yin and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sex Fang Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Qin. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Fang Yin and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were 3 such horrifying, ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Fang Yin, staring straight at Xiao Qin. Upon seeing the 3 ferocious beasts, Xiao Qin's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Qin stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei Er, he looked at the 3 ferocious beasts without fear. Then he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing 3 ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Qin was confident of facing these 3 ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast, compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man. The black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that 2-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Qin was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Qin stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Qin's sharpness, the 2-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash! All of you are trash! What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The 3 ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Qin, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Kassier! Kassier! The 3 ferocious beasts and Fang Yin flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Qin's group of 3 stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the 3. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the 3 from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Qin was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small! 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the 3 directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Qin's group of 3 stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chen from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fape are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chen even felt like eating Little Yellow Feather. If Xiao Chen had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiao Chen could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chen estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiao Chen was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Xiao Chen. Even the middle stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at Little Yellow Feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird, the golden crow, a holy beast. The Jiao snake in Profound Een Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens, a character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epic. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When Little Yellow Feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the golden crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the golden crow race, which was the strongest of the great desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded golden crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then, they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Een attribute, and 10,000-year-old Een baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chen must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which great, desolate Een bloodline it was. This was because the blue dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chen wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the great, desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing Little Yellow Feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of profound Yin Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that, even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister, killing qi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that golden crow, holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the 2 landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake! It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Fei whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word?" That Jiao snake frightened the 2 too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Yin essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Yin essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Yin essence stones. You guys go first. I'll catch up soon. Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us. Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The 2 could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Yin essence stones. Soon, Xiao Chen finished mining more than 10,000 Yin essence stones. The cold qi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Yin essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Yin essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Yin essence stones. Xiao Chen had such a large number of top-notch Yin essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiao Chen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. "Young man, you are really greedy." The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiao Chen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiao Chen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiao Chen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and obtained such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. Humph! If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great, desolate Ian bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiao Chen's words were polite, it did not give Xiao Chen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber? The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realm's Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms? Chapter 1577. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core Central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiao Chen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiao Chen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiao Chen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only taking out the saber sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock. What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it. It looks like I was right. Xiao Chen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. Ha ha ha. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiao Chen asked, Is Senior Pan Huang still around? I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then, I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go. Why? After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go. At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then, it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now? The Jiao snake smiled and said, What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound Yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm. Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through? Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After some consideration, he said, Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time, I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness. The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline? That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines. The white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them. I am of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, the blue dragon bloodline. So that is the case. I was wondering why your great, desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen nodded. Then he looked at the other party and asked, Senior, what do you think? It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang. I will definitely help you with this. The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiao Chen what the trouble was, or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiao Chen feel very touched. Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste. If others discover the signs, they might not let you leave. Xiao Chen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world. Even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy, like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiao Chen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Mountain first and take a look around before leaving. Many thanks. After leaving the underground river, Xiao Chen saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiao Chen, she revealed a smile. Big brother Xiao Chen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you. It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Essence stones. There is still half a month. There's no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Right, that suits me. Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire Essence stage. The vast Essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful energy brought far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Right now, baleful energy leaked out of Xiao Chen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiao Chen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiao Chen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the Yang Essence stage in the future. Essence energy and Yang Essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful energy had yet to merge with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy. Just a simple mixture. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy. Luo Nan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of profound Een Island all rushed back, near the transportation formation. When the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of profound Een Island. To think that the clear feather sects Fong Yun and the flying snow palaces, Lu Mu, did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiao Chen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of profound Een Island. Then they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi-sec ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiao Chen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ha ha! Brother Xiao Chen, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely, the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. Ha 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 ha! Brother Fei and Luo Nan handed over their Een Essence Stones. Fei and Luo Nan handed over their Een Essence Stones. This is a superior grade Een Essence Stone. Fei Luo Nan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei nodded and smiled. Right. Big brother Xiao Chen helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful Een energy. What? This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiao Chen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiao Chen off. For these 2 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiao Chen properly. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, These are my Een Essence Stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first. The blue-clad old man carefully put away the Een Essence Stones that Xiao Chen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, Young hero Xiao Chen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei and Luo Nan refine a strand of baleful Een energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chapter 1578. Xiao Chen repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiao Chen had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, Senior, are you planning to force me to stay? Fei still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, Big brother Xiao Chen, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice. Luo Nan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. Brother Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tiani sect's 9 sectors formation. Compared to Fei Er's naivety and kindness, Luo Nan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luo Nan was usually more observant. Although Luo Nan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiao Qin after discovering that something was wrong. Many thanks. Xiao Qin immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons master, martial uncle. Since Brother Xiao Chun is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off, Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Qin. Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Qin. Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. Senior brother, are you all right? Fei felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luo Nan up. Fei turned her head and frowned. Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily? Fei turned her head and frowned. Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily? The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, Luo Nan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody. The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Qin. Senior brother, what is Master trying to do? Fei asked, puzzled. It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiao Qin. Why? Luo Nan smiled bitterly and said, who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could Master be so kind as to tell Xiao Qin the location of profound Yin Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand. Luo Nan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin and said indifferently, Xiao Qin, you have to stay today, even if you don't want to. It's not up to you. Xiao Qin sneered. I, Xiao Qin, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luo Nan and Fei I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this. What right do you have to make me bear the consequences? As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core, venerate, pressed down on Xiao Qin. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure, and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. Xiao Qin, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living. The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiao Qin. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Qin's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, so that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the 2 of you become so bold all of a sudden? Xiao Qin, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master. Just at this moment, Fei suddenly shouted at Xiao Qin with a stern expression. Before Xiao Qin could react, he He saw Fei soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiao Qin. This sword strike was strangely fast, and it was very sudden. Xiao Chen's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing Qi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiao Qin moved back slightly. Then he flicked his finger and knocked Fei Er's sword out of her hand. Big brother Xiao Qin, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. He will not make a move on me. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei Er's neck with one hand. Junior sister, Luo Nen cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. Fei Er, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well. I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiao Qin, I knew that Big Brother Xiao Qin would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this? After seeing Xiao Qin's various performances on Profoundine Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yin, Lu Mu, and the others, Fei Er knew that Xiao Qin would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei Er felt somewhat afraid. Fei Er worried about Xiao Qin as well as her master and martial uncle. Right now, this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiao Qin, her master, and martial uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiao Qin felt somewhat speechless at Fei Er's kindness. After a while, he said, I promise you. Holding Fei Er hostage, Xiao Qin retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. Master, save me. The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei Er was being held hostage by Xiao Qin on purpose? You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month, you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you? Upon seeing Fei Er's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing Qi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom! When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiao Qin and Fei Er. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiao Qin's expectations. What exceeded Xiao Qin's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei Er, this stunned Xiao Qin for a moment. However, Luo Nan, whose heart had been on Fei Er from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luo Nan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luo Nan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei Er in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luo Nan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Pu-ci! The instant the palm strike landed, Luo Nan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke, and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luo Nan's life force vanished at a visible rate. Senior brother. Fei Er was so frightened that she started crying. Then, she struggled free of Xiao Qin's hand and hugged Luo Nan. Senior brother, why were you so silly? Fei Er hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything. Fei hugged Luo Nen tightly as if she could save him by doing so. No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make Junior Sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of Junior Sister. Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned, blue-clad old man and said coldly, "Sometimes people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs. You bastard, you are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you." The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. "It's all because of you. Whoosh!" However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Tianyi sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core, ferocious beast. You are a beast tamer. A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. Sorry I came too late. Profound Een Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day. It's fine. You are not too late. Xiao Qin said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block at all. Pu-ci! The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth, and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiao Chen, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Chen for mercy. Xiao Chen revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fate did not let me hold you hostage to help me, but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei would not even look at him, only hugging Luo Nan tightly? "Young hero Xiao Chen, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving fate some face. Fei, help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it, then," Xiao Qin said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. 1 man and 1 snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Qin did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiao Qin, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fei was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Qin walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right?" You definitely have a way. Xiao Chen remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Chen will definitely save you. After a simple inspection of Luo Nan's injuries, Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luo Nan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Chen knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Chen had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Chen would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiao Chen still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fate back then. Big brother Xiao Chen, how is it? Fei looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. Senior brother. When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious Blood Cloud Pill. This is the Blood Cloud Pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei Xiao Chen left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiao Chen. I already killed him. Xiao Chen, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiao Chen gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profound Yin fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiao Chen thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the dantian? I already used the Blood Cloud Pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood Cloud Pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his dantian is destroyed. Even the Blood Cloud Pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while it said, There are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the blood cloud pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City. Xiao Chun thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold chi. This is the profound Yin fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profound Yin fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiao Qin received it, he immediately felt that this profound Yin fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiao Qin turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei Er, who were still leaning on each other. Then he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiao Qin continued chatting with the Jiao snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. For days later, the ship flew past the profound light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiao Qin, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, was startled awake by Fei Er, who knocked on the door. Big brother Xiao Qin, there is a ship following us from a distance. An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. I'll go and take a look. Xiao Chen followed Fei Er out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianyi Sect's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly Eye, a divine eye quickly flew out from Xiao Chen's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiao Chen clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big Brother Xiao Chen, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei Er said somewhat worriedly, I saw that Big Brother Xiao Chen had been meditating, so I did not disturb you. Xiao Chen smiled and consoled. It's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of Brother Luo Nan. I'll deal with this. Fei Er nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei Er withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiao Chen's shoulder and said softly, There's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the profound light Great Realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, I know. This Tanny-Sex fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time. I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiaoqin heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, "Pirate Alliance?" Yes, this Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major factions stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. Haha. This Great Thousand Realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming. As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They're rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiaoqin heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiaoqin would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades, the pirate at the side said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer. The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiaoqin, dressed in white, at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. Mother asterisk cur. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white. Leave him for me. His memory of Xiaoqin was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughingstock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. There's no need. I'll come over myself, Xiaoqin said indifferently. Then he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. Don't stop him. Let him come over. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike. The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant in-essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh! The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiaoqin landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiaoqin's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiaoqin landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiaoqin's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiaoqin's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiaoqin left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiaoqin turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiaoqin. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing, and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then he looked at the black-robed man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiao Chen's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiao Chen's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind: to kill Xiao Chen to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiao Chen struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. "Damn you! How dare you toy with me?" After being toyed with by Xiao Chen, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiao Chen increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight out with him. Xiao Chen could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chen shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang! 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 The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. "It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine." Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chen's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Pussy! The black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage, major, primal core, ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no. To young hero, no. To big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chen. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage, minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Get up." "I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." "I can accept it, I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen." The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. "What is your name?" "This lowly one is Wang Suo." "Good. Wang Suo, I'll tell you. This ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm." "Damn it!" Wang Suo could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chen tore apart his ship. This time he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chen looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big Brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer the ship. The black-robed man, Wang Suo, felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiao Qin felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Qin held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. "All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the Starry Sea." This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. "Wang Suo, what's up with this last line?" The black-clad man smiled and said, "Big Brother, call me Xiao Suo. I already said that I will take your surname. This last line, only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate." Xiao Qin gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly he is right. "However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place." A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance." "You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. "Big Brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big Brother, just leave your name." The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiao Qin dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiao Qin signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds, the primordial world, the most mysterious sun of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black, godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, A gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the purple sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the black mountain range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range, shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats, wearing black kasayas, stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the great thousand realms, they could be considered experts. In the grave sea cluster, where the purple sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Mingxian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in, then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddhist statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Shaoqin had to kill. Greetings, master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised, and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the Immortal epoch. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The 4 protectors, the group of Arhats, and the Holy Sun Ming-Xian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Shao Qin, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Shao Qin definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the 4 protectors, the 72 Arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these Arhats and protectors understood. This way, they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all, then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Ming-Xian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Sun Ming-Xian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Ming-Xian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, Master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Ming-Xian. His eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life, he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now?" The Holy Sun Ming-Xian's expression changed drastically. Clearly, these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to Master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Shao Chen's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Chen's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Chen had no choice but to start thinking about the yang baleful qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful yang. Xiao Chen nodded. I feel that it is impossible to. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao Snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao Snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao Snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill, Sky Yang pill. Xiao Chen was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao Snake explained, this heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Chen had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao Snake shook its head and said, you are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly Yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly Yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The Jiao snake continued. After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now it should be completely lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right, think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy out of your body. At that time, you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited, black-clad man on the deck. Oh, I'll go and take a look. When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field, there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. Oh, when the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look. I am a minor primal core realm expert, after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. All right, that's a good idea. Xiao Suo laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, Let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao Snake is still around. Senior Jiao Snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao Snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiao Chen ignored the Jiao Snake's actions and entered the cycle war chariot. Fei, or was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiao Qin enter, Fei immediately said, "Big brother Xiao Qin, you are here." Xiao Qin nodded casually. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is he?" The worry on Fei Er's face did not fade away. She said softly, "Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid." Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Fei Er's hand. Then he consoled, "Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life." Then Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiao Qin. "Brother Xiao Qin, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I am already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiao Qin, please don't waste any more resources and time on me." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Don't overthink. Just because Fei calls me big brother, I should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well." Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history, an extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago, but later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Qin and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Qin's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Qin had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Qin were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, One would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick, killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly, he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Qin found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you. How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man, Xiao Suo, expressed his confusion. Xiao Qin sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Suo was covered in dust along the way, and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence, he was treated as a pushover. In reality, that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot?" "Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. "Not handing it over," Xiao Chen replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day, there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle, the azure-clad man, surging with killing chi at the side, said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Suo had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Suo grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Suo smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Suo leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Suo was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot! There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment." That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed 2 people with 1 whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chen. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The 3 of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the 3 paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City.